Okay, we're in the office. Got my hot coffee. Going to be getting ready here to start the stream. I wonder if that's audible. I'm not paying into a cup, I promise. It's just coffee. Okay, and here we go. Ta-da! Okay, let's do the thing. Where's the chat window? I always screw this up. I'm not yet good at checking chat, so there'll be a chat message for like a long time, and I won't see it because I'm terrible at this. Necessary equipment. Got the tea. Got the coffee that I just made. It's weird putting coffee into like a canteen thing to bring it home, or to bring it home, to bring it from home to the office just to pour out again. But let's get going. So today's subject is once again GajuExpress. We're going to do this in GajuExpress is a program that runs in the context of GajuDesk, and the reason it does that, GajuDesk is a crypto wallet for the Gajumaru blockchain. The reason GajuExpress runs in that context is that to decrypt files or to encrypt file or to pay for sending an encrypted file, you have to pay, which you have to sign a transaction. So there's a wallet function there. And to decrypt a file sent to you, to one of your public keys, you have to do key stuff. So both of those are wallet functions. And yeah, so it's convenient to have it in there because GajuDesk is already like an IDE for Sophia contract development and so on. So what am I missing? I'm missing the screen. It would be a very weird programming stream to not have a screen. Let's see, add this to the thingy. There we are. Okay, I need to make myself small. Way too big and distracting. This way, you've got just enough view of me to tell when I'm going, huh? What the hell? And like looking around and stuff. When I outsmart myself. Okay, there we go. Blow that up. I need wait, not about preference. I want, I want a new browser screen that's fresh and has this stuff in it. All right, cool. Doink. Okay. I think we are kind of getting where we need to be. No, I don't want to translate my own page to my own thing. Excuse me. I'll just open the WX docs ahead of time here. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. So we're going to GajuDesk, and I need to pull. Well, am I on the right branch? Okay, I am. Okay, there we go. Stuff. Okay, and then open a new. Go into source. Open that. Done. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. So let's see if I put this into there. This has been a day since I did really was able to focus on this because I keep getting sucked away into other things. And it's easy to have your whole thing you're doing get wrecked by. Okay. Now, what I had done in here earlier was, I think I put it as Control E to open the interface for this. I did. Okay. I'm going to move that back to normal E because I had forgotten on Mac, when you tell someone Control E, it could be that can be interpreted different ways because Mac has different control keys. And I don't have a Mac, an actual Mac keyboard. I have like, well, I use this to pass through when I open a remote desktop to my Mac interface, which doesn't map like exactly. And I don't know how to do all the control stuff in Mac anyway. Don't really care. Anyway, what I'm doing right now is I'm checking to make sure that I've got some code in at least a runnable state, if not a correct state. And over here, okay, so I pulled that down. Let's see what happens if I try to run local here. Barf. Okay, what barfed? GE client. Oh yeah, okay. So I didn't differentiate yet. So if we look at the modules here, I've got client, which is kind of the way that this thing starts out, is just client, and it just like accepts telnet text or whatever, and sends stuff out on the wire. Real simple. What actually needs to happen? Delicious caffeine. What actually needs to happen is that client. We have two different client modes, right? We can, sorry, I did not provide a link to this stream, so I will do that right now. Silly me. Should I put this in developers or general? I'm not sure. I guess general's good. Doing on Rumble, and then how do I do the YouTube one? Same way, you just click the thing. Rumble Studio is like surprisingly good for, like, I didn't expect Rumble would have features like that. Okay, so that is done. Now, where was I before I remembered to put links into the thing to let people know I was streaming? Anyway, regardless, I probably just need more caffeine. Then I'll remember to do things. So, GE client, that's Gaju. So GE is my little prefix for GajuExpress. Client is the thing that listens to the socket. And we have two very distinct cases. We have a guy coming in to post something to send to somebody, right? And then we also have a guy who's coming to pick up something. They're not the same case. The process flow is totally different between them. They really shouldn't be the same module. So what this little launch explosion was, is, I remember what I was trying to do there. We're going to open GE client real quick. Errol. I'm going to split the screen because I can. And right there. This. See, it's got a dispatch function. This loop is actually going to move to two different things. So we have the guy making the delivery. This is the GajuExpress. It's kind of like the Pony Express, but in bits. And the deliverer guy is the writer. And then the picker-upper guy is the receiver. And yes, that is spelled how nerdy protocol people will collapse things to be the same number of letters by just kind of like vowels are optional. Don't worry about it. So that's the module is going to be called. So what we're going to do here is, what's happened so far is this. So start calls the client supervisor to start an acceptor, which is one of these clients. That thing, the supervisor, the GE client supervisor, it calls start link. It's start link calls this stuff, calls this function, which spawns a process right then. Ding, comes into existence. And when this guy is called, init is called with self and listen socket. So we've got the parent's process ID and the socket that we're supposed to listen to that's already set up because the manager owns the listener. The listen socket's what we're listening on. And then with TCP, you have a listening socket open. And when a connection comes in, the system makes a new socket, then goes, okay, boom. And that's a session socket. So you actually get switched to this one. And that's what the client is actually going to keep running with. And that listen socket stays open for another process to make a connection and then do its thing. So anyway, we init and we go into here, then we go to listen. And listen, we just we block on TCP accept listen socket. Once we have a connection, we have a talkie socket. And this process makes the call back to start that was at the top here. And that's to tell the supervisor, hey, go start another one of me because I've accepted a connection. You need a successor to be listening on the socket next. That's what this does. We get the peer name from the thing. We talk about blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then dispatch. So we're dispatching on the socket. Parent debug socket. So I need to add a little bit more into this. Dispatch parent. We want to keep all this in context until we can put it into like a state thing later. So what dispatch means is from here, we're going to go like do something else. Let's see. So there's another case here. Ooh, there's another case here. TCP closed socket. And in that case, we're going to, we don't need to do anything except we can just exit normal. Probably don't even want to log that was a thing. Now, one final step down here that we'll want to do is we want to close these connections after if they sat idle for a while. So after, we'll give them 5 seconds. It'll be the same action as this. I don't really want to, if we're having weird, like mysterious problems, I could do, So up here we pulled the peer. I'm going to use the peer in these bug reports. And the reason for that is it's going to help me figure things out. So there we go. Oop. Okay. So what we are expecting is we're expecting exactly this string, Gajumaru or GajuExpress 1 writer. And in that case, we're going to dispatch to GE writer GE writer. I don't know where we're beginning things with him. We don't have a writer yet, so I'm going to have to make one. Where should we start with that, I wonder? GE writer What? It's going to be some challenge and request stuff. Let me see what I've got in here. Okay, so this is the other side. So when I switch these, so these tabs up here at the top, I'm just switching between these. So this is the GajuDesk side, and this is the GajuExpress side. So there's the client and the server. Writer, okay, what did we do here? Quote, transfer, stop, init. Okay, init. Right, do quote. What's the moment that we want to actually do a call out? So we should actually probably respond with something. So yeah, this send function, I might actually want to put that in like an extended library somewhere. The thing is, you can send when you send on a TCP socket, you can actually get an error returned back if like the thing closed, and you never quite know when that's going to happen. So you can have a random crash on send. On the server side, that's usually not that big of a deal because you can have like you can let a few processes crash. But it also means that you can like sort of nuke a service by making a connection and then like having your disconnect work, sending a disconnect really fast so that right when they try to respond, you're gone already and they hit an error condition. So they need to be handling whatever that error might be. So this send function, I probably want to do that everywhere to kind of guard the sends. Is what I'm thinking. So let's send them a friendly little message. What needs to be in that? For now, it can just be like okay or something. We'll send a protocol. We'll send a protocol notification back because we can. We'll just confirm back with them by sending that, and then we're going to send GE writer loop, or wait. We'll just start off with loop. I think that'll be the right thing. We might change this later, but oh no, we want to init so that we can. We're going to initialize state. That's what we're going to do. GE writer. We're going to init 3. Wait, do we have these? We're going to have those because we actually have a case. We're going to have an include here too because we're going to use a logger. Logger, which I don't have in there. Look at that. Oh, whoops. client man. What's my log line? It's this. It's the include CX logger thing. Is that after? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. I want the same thing over here because I want to definitely use that in a few places. I'm going to want the log, access to the log thingy. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so init3 is going to just be parent, debug options, and not init, and the socket. And then what's going to happen from here is we're going to call loop with parent, debug, and we're going to make a state record out of that socket reference. The reason we're doing that is it's going to become it's going to become a mess otherwise. So what we actually want down here is this loop business. Everything below this, I think, is going to pretty much be okay. Yeah, so these are all the junky system messages that you're going to want to have to deal with to handle sys and proclib correctly. Okay, so we're dispatching on that, and then here we're going to do the same thing for this guy. Recver. Okay, and save that. Rec ver arrow. Oh, whoop. I want to save this as GE rec ver arrow. I'm going to open it. Okay. So that'll be the same differentiation between the two. So we do all that listen socket stuff, then we get the dispatch, and if we get this exact string in, then we're going to return it and go to G writer init. If we get the other one, we'll return the same string and then go into init here. And on the GajuDesk side, we're going to do like the same thing. The writer here is going to, so this send function, I actually kind of need to clone that over here. Send state binary, okay. Tell info. CXNet disconnect. Yeah. Okay. On GE client send, you know what we can do? This is a little bit corny, but I can actually I'm going to make send an include, and it should include that little module blob from anywhere. Oh, I don't have an include thing. Let's see. Okay. Include GE sock header. Okay. And in here, we're going to define this. Okay. And then here, we're going to okay. So we're going to include the file in here. So what that include should do is it's going to drop that thing into here and then build the whole thing. And that way I can use that same send function anywhere. And the error message when it messes up is going to be the same everywhere. I have a message. Okay. Yay. All right. So I'm on the, what? Gajumaru Internet of Economics. That's a really long name. Discord right now. I'll get a link from Jeff about that and put that in the description for these videos. You know, anyway, enough distractions. Let's move on. Yeah, so we've got send. Let's see what else is broken. There's going to be something broken. Where are we at here? GE writer state. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it helps to kind of abstract that little bit out. It's going to be a problem in the other one too. Handle message is undefined in the writer. Oh, yeah. So that's going to be for both of them. Handle message. Not even that. So what we're going to do first is we're just going to like echo back what we got so we can make sure that we're communicating. Send socket. You wrote that, and then have the message in here. Oh, wait. I would have to format that. You wrote. I don't want to do that way. I don't even need to format this. I could just do that, I think. Okay. That's a decent handle for now. It's just going to send back the thing. Which one's this? Okay. Make sure we're on the right page there. What I have wrong here? Undefined. Oh. Writer. Right. Okay. Oh, we're almost there. Client. System continue through. Oh, yeah, because I took all those things out. All that's gone now, I believe. Exit. Yep, that doesn't exist. That's not a function. Exit. Type state. Okay. It is actually, and I don't think that we actually use state anywhere. Listen socket. Dispatch. Yep, we don't use that anywhere. So the state record's just gone. Oop, that's not good. 88. So these are just silly typos. Okay. Gajumaru Express list and to that. Okay. Boom. Okay, cool. Did we get anything here? Okay, we got... No? Let's see. So now we can chase down in Gajumaru Express what happens when we click that button. Keep getting massages. Oh ho ho. Greg just gave me, not Greg, Jeff. Jeff just gave me a Discord link to this, which are you watching? I'll put this in the description. I don't know if this description will get saved across to YouTube. Whoa, don't end stream. Save changes. Not the right button. Those are different buttons. YouTube probably won't save this. I think I have to go to YouTube Studio and force the save. Oh. Contents live. Okay. No, it did. Oh, cool. Okay, neat. That propagated. I did not even expect that. Super cool. Here it is in the here it is in the chat for I think this will go out to all the chats. All the chat windows. Okay. So what? Oh, okay. So two things. I made hotkeys yesterday for this, and it worked out really cool. But it's in whoops. I just blew my stream up. That was cool. I had the wrong window selected, and I hit a dangerous hotkey. Very cool. Oops. So let me shrink down a little bit up here, get up in the top where I don't matter. Okay. So what I was just saying before I blew myself up was that I had hotkeys to the GUI thing, and they work in a thing called an action table, or wait, action accelerator, an accelerator. So what you do is you register. I was previously doing direct input interpretation, which is usually fine, where you have a frame register to intercept keystrokes using like the, what's it called? Key hook or char hook, whatever. And then you just do whatever you want based on the key presses that you get. You run into a problem with that when you use modals, because modals are, there's ZXW modals, and those are full-blown frames of their own. You can do whatever you want with, but they're different processes. And there's the normal WX modals. And if you use those, input is suspended, but you're capturing all the key presses. So you just don't get any events. And then when they close the modal, like for example, you're in the main interface, you want to rename a wallet or something. So you click rename and the thing comes up with a text box you should be able to input into, but nothing happens. You just type and nothing happens. And then when you close it, all those key presses go into the main frame because they were buffering. They were just waiting. Well, that's a problem. So what you do instead is, if you want to make hotkeys in your program, you can make an accelerator entry. And this actually I'm going to change a little bit. I think it's normal. What this means is like, is there any flag for when this key's pressed or not? Does shift need to be down? Does control need to be down? Does a specific control need to be down? Alt down, meta, whatever. So the hotkey to open GajuExpress just now was Control E, and the one to open Fateweaver was Control F. Well, why is it Control? On a normal, Linux or Windows computer or whatever, that makes sense to do Control, but on Mac it's like a little awkward to use modifiers. So I'm switching that now. That's what I just did. Well, I hope that's what I just did. We're about to find out if it works. So in here I should be able to just press E and it opens. And if I press F, look at that, Fateweaver opens. Cool. So E, F, F. Now for some reason I have to hit E twice. That doesn't make any sense. Let's register a different hotkey. Maybe there's a special thing about E. Maybe there's a special thing about opening Express. That makes sense, possibly. It's a new thing. Anyway, the way that you do this is you make these accelerator entries based on the key that you want, and then the command ID that you want to have come back. Then you put those in a list is the simplest way to do it, because for whatever reason, the C++ library wants to know the number of entries you're going to put in and then the entry table list. But in a language like Erlang, you already know the list size because the list has its own size. So you just do linked entries and then entries, and it gives you the thing. Then you destroy the entries themselves because they've been used. And this is the important part: command menu selected. The way that WX makes those key presses get interpreted before all other stuff, so the hotkeys are really snappy, and they're not tied up with other input interpretation, is they function in the menu input at the menu input level for whatever reason. So it's a little counterintuitive, but you need to make your frame listen to command menu selected if you want to use like the hotkey table thing. And the bottom line is you do want to use the hotkey table thing because it's cool. Now I'm going to instrument real quick. When we open GajuExpress, I want to Okay. Okay, show UI, GajuExpress. Express state. So when that comes in, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have like, I'm going to have it print to the screen, like what just came up. Hotkey P. That's going to be the ID. So like, I think 101 is Fate Weaver. 101 is Express and 102 is Fate Weaver. Okay. So we can get this. See, I got 101 and then the thing didn't open. Press it again, it opens. Now if I press F once, it shows up on the wrong screen, but Fate Weaver opens. Press it again, Fate Weaver opens. Okay. How come I need two key presses to open Express, right? That's weird. So we're going to go down a little bit more. Okay, so we know that that's happening. Express GDCon show UI GajuExpress. Show UI. It should actually call into like do show UI. It does. Which this gets used all over the place because it's like really good the way that it works. Okay. So we get a name and we have a state. Name, state, okay. And then name to front state. If name to front is true. Right, so if case to front true is blah. Let's just see what happens. Well, we're just gonna, I don't know yet, but so I'm just going to see what the call looks like. So this is a macro for module. So these little squiggle p, that's how you like substitute into a string in Erlang. So whatever I put in an argument list after this is going to like show up in there. So I want to see the module and then, oh, actually I just want function name. Function name and then to front. I think that's right. We'll find out if I got the macro name. It might be fun name. Let's see. Nope, I was right. Okay. So Fate Weaver. Yep. How about E? Okay, GajuExpress, true state, but the second time I press it, it shows up. What is making that not want to show up? So press it, not happening, press it, happening. I've like got a toggle on off kind of situation in there, but the message is getting through. It's not being ignored, which means this is a me problem. Find name task. Okay. So we're going to found not found. That's the next thing that would happen in this like list of processing, right? So E, not found. So it should have started, right? But it didn't. Found. Oh, now that's okay. Okay, so this gives me a hint. This gives me a hint that it actually was started, but it never came to the front, which means it just may be covered up. And that 100% could be the issue. Does it exist behind anything? No. Is it not visible? Am I not having the totally possible that it's just not visible? Because maybe the show instruction was not executed in the init thing, and that 100% could happen too. So we know that that's happening so far. Let's see what we have. Now, where's the show thing, or ensure shown, or something like that? Ensure show. If is shown, frame show. Okay, you know what? I bet that that's what we just need. I think we just don't. I think the show instruction was like, I think I boneheadedly did not include it in here anywhere. Look, I've got frame connect. Oh my God, look at this. So I've got set sizer. We're setting size. Okay, so the panel sizer, which is like the inside part, and then the frame, that's the part that's got the clicky buttons for like the window stuff. And then we lay out the top side, like the very top one. All right, then we do this preference stuff. We'll say size, connect. We never did frame show. Oh my God. Okay, so that's 90%. I believe that's probably what's wrong. E. Works every time now. God damn it. Okay, so that was a me being stupid problem. So we can get rid of these. Actually, wait, I can just undo. Yeah, when we don't have anything else in here, there's no updates to that. GajuExpress, what did I do? I had like a hotkey. Or no, that was in the GUI. I had hotkey. What was the thing I showed? Like not found, do show. Okay. It should silently run now correctly. E shows up and it doesn't tell us a bunch of junk. Okay. Haha. I was like wondering what was going on with that. Seems so obvious in retrospect. Whoops. So my frame was not shown because I never told it to show itself. And computers will do exactly what you tell them to do, including things that you didn't mean to tell them to do, like what just happened. So what happens when we click the check? So we do check. If there's no writer, we spawn the writer. Okay. The writer, the keys. We have a key P is for like key picker. It's a list of keys at the top. Yeah, okay. And then GN writer check. Okay, GN writer check. Actually, it shouldn't be the writer. This should be the receiver. So let's split that. We need a check, which we don't have. And that's why we crashed, because we don't have a check function. Check. writer and key ID. We would want this to return. No, we don't want it to return. So we're going to want to have to check a list. So check is going to be a thing that we're going to get in. The check is always going to involve a challenge and a response. So when we do, when we call check, what's going to need to happen is we have the key ID. And so we're going to try to do a lookup like, hey, what packages are waiting for me? The service end is going to have to verify that you own that key. And so it's going to have to send a challenge back and say, hey, are you? Sign this and prove it. So this call is actually going to be synchronous. Okay. Result is going to be an okay challenge, like to sign and send this back, or an error reason. And the challenge is going to be a binary. And the reason is going to be a term. And I imagine I'll probably want to do kind of a handle trouble type thing for that as well. So it'll be a synchronous call. We're going to do a ref, make ref. The reason we're doing a ref is so that like we don't get some other random system message coming in that like makes us mistake, just for that. We're going to send a message to the receiver, check key ID, and then we're going to receive the reference as our like response tag. We're going to want to phrase this. Okay, so send a challenge. We're going to match on OK, just in case. And if we get anything else back, ref, error, reason. So we're going to cast these back to being like, if there winds up being a possibility, which we don't know yet, but we'll probably have a possibility of a mistake in here. Yeah, fetch. Okay, init stuff connect to whoever, which I think we had in here, right? Do check, yeah, okay, localhost and blah blah. So in testing, I'm doing this at localhost, but this will probably become a setting thing that I want to put in. But for right now, I don't really care. This will be like, I don't know, Express Gaju.money. What would the, I don't know what a good port number is. 7777 sounds fun. I'm fine with that. I just don't want to forget that that's like where I do it. So I'm going to, put a little thing in there. Okay, so we init. Yeah, that already happened. Blah, blah. Where are we at? We're at, okay. We jumped straight into authenticate. Which we only really want to do if we want to wait for these like command messages. We want the receiver to be open, and then we want it to be able to like, so we don't want to actually be in we're doing a handshake. It's very, very simple handshake, but we're doing a simple handshake that's like handshake. I'm just weird. Yeah, handshake. GajuExpress 1 recver. I guess we're always going to authenticate though. So we don't want to do check. So this is why it's tricky to write these things, because you go through, it's not tricky to write them. It's just like, you have to get your head around like, what do you want to happen first? Do I want to open a session and like keep it open, or do every time I open it, we just authenticate and make the thing happen? And this gets into a user question. From the user experience, how many times do I want to click yes, sign a message? Probably just once if I can get away with it. So open. Let's see. So do check. If we're already authenticated, then I want to be able to click do check and just have it go. So over here, basically what we want is we don't want to just cycle back to do check right away. What we want to do instead is have some back and forth where we can actually do the process of query, like asking the user, hey, do you want to sign this? Whenever the receiver turns on, it should go through this authentication step and then get into a case where I could download one file and download another file and third, fourth, fifth without resetting my session every time. Something like that. Which means that this is going to have some blockiness to it. Blocky, like it's going to be a blocking procedure until we are authenticated. PID. So do check isn't right. What we want to do is we want to authenticate first. Because we spawned him. He's not doing anything yet. We have the wrong thing in the state record too. What we actually want is we have a writer We have a rec for. So, oh, also, we need to start the receiver, not the writer. I'm like talking to the wrong process here. Ha ha. In every one of these cases, do check. All that stuff is always going to be the receiver, not the writer. Okay. So we have init is going to be called here. The handshake is going to happen. And what happens in the handshake? inet set ops. Active once. We're going to receive TCP socket GajuExpress 1 recver. Unoff state it died. And in here, did I have anything? Did I have like a retire? I did have a retire. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, whoop. Check timed out. On-off state is going to look a lot like the above. But in this case, we are going to be waiting for we can wait for network traffic. If we receive any, we're going to bonk because there's nothing that he should be receiving right now. The message we actually want to get is going to be So instead of getting this handshake, instead of getting that, what we should probably do is be getting a challenge back right away, because we can just shortcut this. We don't have to do like a whole big handshake and everything. if we already know what the front of this is, then the trailing part after that response can just be like a challenge to sign. So like make up some random crap to have the thing sign, which is probably an easy way to do it. So once you announce the protocol that you want to do, yeah, we'll just have the challenge come straight after. But that way we can like authenticate the connection and just move on. Boop, boop, boo. Do, do, do. We already have length delimited messages here. We don't have to announce who we are yet. Is the ID is there? We could even put the key at the end of that entry message. The public ID, we could do that. Because we could have the message be like this, be like receiver and then colon and then ID binary. And the other side, because we've already established that we're just going to start off the thing with length delimited messages, so it knows how much data to expect. It's not like it's going to be a surprise. And here we can do, oh, whoa, I did something crazy. That's not what I wanted to do. Challenge binary. And then do what? Yeah, we can kind of shortcut this here. Oh, this is, whoop. I'm supposed to be up here. Okay. Handshake. It's sort of a handshake. It's sort of a streamlined handshake now. We want to authenticate the challenge. And that actually means what we first want to do is we want to call actually want to call GajuExpress. Challenge. Maybe authenticate. Send response. I mean, we don't need to wrap this up. The response is actually just a signature. And then nope. Okay. Don't actually need this anymore. But should it just be okay? A few different possibilities here. What might happen? Oh, yeah. Oh, I've already done that. Okay. And actually on GajuExpress, we can make this even easier. We can be like, we can just use normal calls for this. Really should replace that with a little bit more. What this should actually call is retire. This should actually be as retire state reason should call retire state reason, and we'll just duplicate it. Because what we really want is that. That's actually what we want. That way it deregisters itself with the Did I even have a handle info for this? I don't think that I did. Yeah. Accounts retire. Okay. I'm silly. Cast. We're casting. So we're going to handle cast. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So handling retiring is all done now. There's a few other cases where I'm going to want to. Okay, so see, now I've got a little bit better retire handling. When the receiver goes down, we've got reasons that get passed through to Express so that it can not make a decision on it necessarily, but kind of report what it is, because we're probably going to take these tells out of here. Not really needed. Already not needed. Actually. Await off, retire. Nope. I don't need that. He already knows that. Okay. This is where we want to case ZX lib binary to term safe. Okay. GajuExpress timeout. You just send anything. We don't actually care what it is. Well, maybe at the beginning we do. Oh, what am I doing? It's not okay. That's fine. Mm-hmm. So we're going to send the manifest back to these guys. Pending. pending. Okay, all that stuff's already done there. Okay. So uh-oh, okay. Oh, you fetch for Diana. Okay. Do retires undefined. And, okay. PID info state. Oh. Because I still have these as like, yeah, that doesn't exist yet. Okay, authenticate 326. Kind of going out of bands. Out of band of normal communication if I do this with a raw message. Hang on. I will be right back. Ta-da! I am back. So something just occurred to me while I was out just now, and that is that every time we change the selected account in GajuExpress, we're going to want to cut whatever connection we have that might be open, because it would be a different authentication at that moment. I'll see how that feels. Basically, if I have opened, we probably want to have an indication of that, like an indicator, be like, change a color or have a little thing like authenticated or I don't know, something like that. Basically to indicate that we're connected. We could maybe do that at the bottom, like a status bar thing, like, connected. The reason being, if the interface, I select a different key, and then I say, like, instead of check, it's not check anymore. It becomes a re-authenticated connection to be able to check. If I just click check, but it's the same one I already authenticated on, that's not an issue. I can just do it. So, or we could have, no, I like it that way. That's probably the right way to do it. Okay, so how far, I'll play with that in a second. That's an interfacey thing. What should authenticate do? Authenticate state. That would be like a waiting position. So we're pending authentication and we want to do a check. And that's why we're down here at this part. Okay. How about this? We opened this guy. Check is not all at once. We're just going to initiate and just wait. In an on-off state, we're just going to wait. Disconnected, that's probably better. Oh, options. I need that up here. Okay, so connect is going to have to authenticate. But we can start up here with that. Ooh. Okay. So that's how, I think this is more sane. So we're going to go with, no, I don't like that. I don't think we're going to need to have multiple versions of this, but who knows? We're going to cover this up in a do. Not DP connect. What? Why am I mistyping? There we go. Do connect. So connect's going to be a okay. Okay, so we wind up with actually check's already there because we can't do that blindly, can we? All right. Yeah, that's kind of easier. Okay, so verb is a little weird. We might play with this later with names, but as you may be aware, naming is the hardest problem in programming, is what the name thinks. So we're going to receive a challenge. And we've done so much stuff in here that I want to go ahead and like stop right now and make sure that everything that we have like actually runs at all. So we're going to let's see. Oh, we have a ref and everything too. So what we did here was we did check. So what check does is it sends this like sync communication. So check key ID, disconnected. If we get a message that is ref ref check key ID. Check. Right? Then we're going to do connect. And if we get retire, okay. Yeah. All right. We're going to want to keep a hold of that ref and the key ID in here. You know, the key ID is probably going to be something we want to put into the... that came in with a knit too, right? So we don't actually need to do a check with the key ID. We already have the key ID. Okay, the interesting thing is just that we're sending a check message that's synchronous. So we can get rid of that because we already passed it on a knit. The ID was already there. Disconnected. We don't need that. We don't need that. There we go. Okay. And so we've got do connect ref. That's what we care about. We have the host and we have the ID. Yep. Okay. And the ID is binary. And then we go to the handshake. And we're going to receive. So this guy's blocked on in here. So we need to send ref OK challenge. We can just use a stop function again. Since we have a single way to do it, we should use that way. If possible. Handshake next state. Next state has a socket in it. We have all these elements in here. The ID, our host, and socket. Oh yeah, terms. It shouldn't be term. There's a specific set of, I could look it up right now. In here, I forget which subsystem it's in. ERTS? No. Is INETs in here? I don't think it is. In GenTP, TCP, there's a bunch of types. Option. Whoa. Okay. INET port number. That's one of them. And then we've got IP INET socket address. Socket address, is that right? Like connect. What's the type of socket address? Okay. These two, socket address and INET host name. What's socket address in here? IP address, any, that doesn't make sense. Local address. Don't want that. IP address or host name. Yeah, okay, IP address or host name. iNet. And it could be either IP address. Yeah, okay. Host name. Yeah. Host name. Yep. Okay. That's a little bit ugly, isn't it? I'll just make a type real quick. Okay. It's not the best, but that's fine. It's fine. It's readable-ish. So host, yeah, cool. So that's done. So what's going to happen in do connect is we get this back. Send ref self check. Whoa. From, okay. And then we got the ID in. We're going to ref, okay. Or wait, no, we're waiting for the handshake. Okay. So that needs to have the reference. Okay. Here's what we're going to do instead. Not authenticate. We're just going to send. We need to send a message back, which is from needs to get a message sent that is the ref and has okay. It has a challenge in it. And So they're going to be waiting on a response to that. Okay. What is the thing that could happen in the middle of this? So if send returns, then we still have an open socket. And we can send the should do this up here actually. Now we sent this off. There's a tiny chance of a crash right here. Probably make an active once function. Oh, what am I doing? Ha ha ha. That's where I defined this. Silly me. Okay. Disconnect to do connect. And then handshake. Yeah. Challenge. Don't need the challenge. We already sent it off. We do need the reference. No, we don't need that either. We just need the state because we're just awaiting. Okay. And then well, actually, we can wait on that side. We can wait on forever. We can't wait on the network side forever. Okay. To wait off. Yep. Okay, binary. Okay. So cool. We have a couple cases here where we need to write some interfacey business. Let's see what happens on this side here. We've got do check, things alive, got the PID. Okay, going to check. I'm going to call receiver check. Okay. Make a generic call out of this. I can just wrap all that up. Okay, and then redefining this in terms of call. Okay. Ref self message. Okay, call GID. Actually, I don't need the key ID if I'm starting out up here, do I? We already have it. Okay. No, I'm wrong. I want that to be async because it should be able to just get a bunch of stuff. Okay, so this still is just check and then do connect. When I send things back, I need to wrap this is what I need to wrap. Every time I do from and then ref. Okay, cool. So well, error. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's not bad. Assuming, of course, that it compiles. Did I have a socket send thing? I don't think I did so far. I'm going to want that same send abstraction. So these places where I start making these kind of uniform retire and uniform type send and things like that, like retire is probably going to wind up being another thing in GDSOC. Actually, it almost definitely will be. That being replicated a few places, and then if it winds up being useful across a bunch of different projects, will probably wind up in maybe ZXNet or maybe some library for doing this type of thing. Because it gets rid of some of the just icky extra lines that don't really, the things that don't really inform you of exactly what process you're trying to do, what procedure you're trying to do, is not super obvious when you have a bunch of exception lines that kind of handle weird accessory cases that like could happen but don't, not necessarily. All right, that's that. Okay, just got those two. Cool. All right. So I call check, and check sends a message like that to check down here. We send our ID binary to that side. Then we go into handshake and we're going to wait for its response to us, which is a challenge. And then we send a response challenge back, which we get here. Okay. So we're going to call challenge or error reason. If we get an error reason, that's going to basically be how we handle this the whole way through. Okay. We're going to need to ask for a binary signature from the controller. Wait, when we spawn linked localhost blah, did we not? We should have done connect. I think we spawned with the ID first, which we didn't do here yet. So that actually needs to be the first argument. Was it get string? Get string selection. Aha, there we go. See? It's in the clause right below this. That's what I wanted. So I want to start off with if we have none and we have keys equals Okay, I see. That's how this needs to work. Okay, so we're going to init with that because this connection is exclusive to that key. And then we're going to move on to the check step. And if we already have a worker, if we already have a PID, okay, so either case, we're sitting on a long disconnected thing and we get a challenge. Okay. So there's two ways we might wind up here. This needs to be do check too. Okay, so now we have a challenge and we have that. Got some weird stuff down there. That's not going to work. Okay. Okay, we're going to put a cork in that right there for right now. And we're going to find what's messed up. We're going to have bugs in here. We're going to typos and shit. Writers Unbound. Oh, yeah, okay. Doink. Okay, send is undefined. Send. What did I like not put the socket in? Oh, silly me. Look at that. I didn't put the socket in. You have to put the socket. It's not in the process dictionary. Jeez. Okay, sockets unused 72. Where's that? Oh, yeah, it's not. Okay, do connect. What's going on with this? Pattern cannot possibly match. GD and receiver. Oh, because of that. It probably does work, but it's saying pattern cannot possibly match because host is what? I wonder if it would say that if I remove this. Oh, it'll tell me that that's unbound because it is. Pattern cannot possibly match. Oh, because, yeah, I see why. I do not have this as a state record. Okay, that's cool. Boom, gonna die. Let's see, localhost. Got something interesting that happened here. Oh, we got a... Okay, so we did make a connection. We crashed out somewhere, but I don't really care too much. It's like I expected that. Oh, not... Yeah, GajuDesk. What am I doing? We're going to get the tail of this guy. 343, blah. What did I do? Bad arg, GDN receiver, do connect 3 stuff. Oh, there. Okay, yeah. So I've got oh, I pulled strings out of this, and it's explicitly strings, but I'm passing binary values in. Look, literally, empty string. Key ID needs to become that's why. Put a little further before we die. Handshake died. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I didn't even crash. Something else crashed later. Probably failure to return. Probably the thing timed out. Yeah, let's see. Do close. Function clause, do close, no reply. Do close, no reply. It's interesting. Did I reply to an event or something with a... I did somewhere. Handle event, handle info. Where's my... do check, new state, included like no reply maybe? Let's see. What's challenge return with? Last message was close window. Oh, WX close. Yeah, okay. But I had already messed up my state configuration. So what are the things that I did? I had... Whoop. Wrong area over here. Let's see what this guy got too. Funky connector. Okay, yeah, he sent this, which is the thing we were just talking about doing. So it's all kind of doing what it's supposed to. I've just got some goofiness in my my process here. I'll get it figured out real quick. What was we doing? I had clicked do check, and my new state had no reply like wrapped up in it, which is wrong. My do close state call wound up with that. Okay, it's handle troubling. Am I using handle troubling somewhere? Because the handle troubling I actually like is the one that returns state usually, but whatever. Okay, so do check. Yeah. Do I have any naked return things coming back in here? Handle call. Every one of those no reply. No reply all the way down. No reply. Where am I doing no reply? Do retire. Okay, so where am I calling do retire from? Oh, there we go. That's why. Because I had broken this out previously. That's what it was. Okay, let's try it again. We should be able to like do that iteratively. So E hotkey, get that. Boom. Yep, and then when I kill this, it shouldn't kill the whole thing. It doesn't. That's what it was. Okay, cool. So we got that done. That's good. Oh, let's try make sure we get different keys. If I didn't do the thing to set different keys. So I don't think that'll actually show separate keys over here yet. Well, oh, it does. It does because this is dying, and so that's dying, and so it's all cleaning itself up, and we're resetting. But if it didn't die, we would still have that thing open. So we actually need to clean that up. That is the, what's the name of the event? It's like checkbox, not checkbox, like choice, whatever the hell it is. It's like WX choice something. You can, this thing, so what, I'm not explaining what I'm doing. This thing up here. So when I do check for downloads, it's taken this like GOWV key. Handshake died because we didn't implement it on the other side. The reason that's happening is because over here, look, this is the GOWV. This is what the server's getting. That's getting sent in because this one's selected. Now, when I change the selection, I do it again, we get the different key over here. And yeah, of course we do, because not because like the program's handling it properly. It's because that connection died, and then that process, when the connection dies, the process kills itself. And so it's just starting fresh every time. When I click check for downloads, what needs to happen is on this front panel here, the GajuExpress panel, when I click one of these things and change the key selection, what actually should happen is we need to pick up the event. Like I can listen for this event, like selection change event. I don't know what it's called yet. I'll find out in a second. I need to catch that event and react to it. That's what has to happen. Which is one of these WX frame connect frame to some event. That's what I need to connect to. How is it called? So I got a message an hour ago. Your stream is idle. It was idle because I had to step out and get something. The old guy that lives downstairs came and gave me some like passion fruit that had just grown in the garden, which was cool. There is a real world. It's not all on the internet. It's hard to remember that in these wacky times. Let's see. Well, I don't need that anymore. It's empty. So moving on. What's the event called? I've got some other programs that do this. I can just go look it up if I need to. But I think it's in the docs somewhere. Even though, to be fair, WX docs, you just kind of have to know a little bit too much stuff. Unlike a list box, only the selection is visible until a user pulls down the menu of choices. Yes. So like list box sends a bunch, it emits a bunch of, oh, there we go. Command choice selected. So we're going to try listening for that. And I'm pretty sure that that's like the one that we need. What was it called? Hey, stop it. Command choice selected. Okay. Command choice selected. Command choice selected. I think that's it. We should get like an unknown event printed out in the terminal here if I do it. Check for downloads. Oh yeah. Okay. Handshake died. Sure. Bam. Look at that. It works. So anytime I select this, I'm going to get one of these events. And these events look crazy big because it's printing the whole state of the thing. And I don't. Okay. So this is my manifest of choices. Command choice selected. Yeah. And in the case that I get a command, so there's command choice selected. This is all in the handle event thing. Command button clicked. Okay, it's going to be like adjacent to this. Command choice selected. Is that right? Yes, it's right. Okay. And then what was all the junk in there? Oh, not that one. This one. Okay, so anytime we do command choice selected, we actually don't care the circumstances of that. What we care, because we've only got one of those boxes. What we're going to do is we're going to make the thing retire. So we've got do pay, so retire. We're going to have we want to make this guy die. So we're going to call the stop thing. GajuExpress retire self info. Okay. Do we have like we might have a loop there, which we don't want. Do retire. Okay, it is just retiring. Good. Meaning it's like registering. It's confirming that, okay, that dude's gone. Okay. GD in rec ver stop. Actually, we will want this over here. So we're going to do maybe not actually. Let's do let's make a function for that, because there's probably going to be a few cases where we want to just suddenly kill the receiver. So we'll just write a little function called kill recver and the state. If we have a recver, if we have none, we'll just return the state because nothing to do. But I keep hitting the wrong buttons. If we do have one, we're going to call him GD and recver stop. Actually, in both cases, it's just the same. Because he's going to have to tell us that he died. That's like the more correct way to do it, I think. Retire self. Yeah, I'd rather have it notify us of that instead of us doing it ourselves. Which maybe can just reduce this to being like this call here. And this thing will just return okay. And because when he actually dies, it should be calling our little like thing. Oh, we don't need to match on that state, do we? Because we're not using it for anything. Yeah. Okay. So we do this. We select that. We select that. Check for downloads. Oh, he's dead already, so it doesn't, like, we're not going to get a good test set till we keep the connection open, but we may have some indication of like things going on over here. Function clause, equal save wallet, false not. Oh. Okay. We'll figure that one out in a little bit. I keep getting like pinged. Yes, we were on a break. That's why it was stalled for a little bit. Wasn't exactly stalled. It was just stalled. So what's happening over here? What we've got so far is we've got this like madness. That was just okay. So we're handling that right now. The handshake died, and what are we getting consistently over here? We're getting this stuff because we're adding things to the end. And we are okay. Okay. Pub key binary. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What am I doing? Okay. Now back on this side, what were we going to get back? When we send this public key on connect. So instead of doing it like connect protocol, oh yeah, we're doing this protocol, we speak out. No, we'll just like start with the protocol thing and then just put the public key at the end of it. And if that's okay, then fine. We'll just keep going. Because there's not a whole lot of, I mean, a lot of protocols play lots of ping pong. That's kind of silly. We can tag the ping pong, and the ping pong balls can have information on them that matters. We don't have to do like, this protocol doesn't have to be designed by committee for like 16 months by like 40 people full time. We can just do a thing. But I am prefacing this. We are doing like length prefix because it's just easier. We are doing protocol version because, you know, there might be a case where the GajuExpress app updates significantly. GajuExpress backend does too, and maybe somebody still speaks old GajuExpress. I don't know. I don't think that'll happen, but future proofing's good. So what we're going to do is, okay, right. So we've got this tacked on. We're receiving it here. We're not doing anything with it yet, but we're matching on that. And then we're going to get back this receiver thing, and the challenge is going to be tacked directly onto it. Right. So I want to get a challenge. Challenge equals what? We need a random string. We need a timestamp, and we need a label. So what would a label look like? It's going to be something like, well, make challenge. What would a make challenge function look like? Make challenge. So I want like a string at the front that says, well, I could do this all binary, it doesn't matter. GajuExpress challenge. Okay. And then I want a timestamp. And I want that timestamp to be easy for the other side to interpret. And it needs to just be in like normal plain text. So, because we're going to clip this out. Should probably fit that in a certain number of digits so that we can just match on it by length. And then read that into an integer. And what was the one? Errol. Wolf's probably watching this right now going, ha ha ha, you don't remember the time things? Because no, I don't remember. It's like Erlang system time. And then what? Millisecond. Look at that. You can use two different atoms, and one's got an underscore in it just because. That's cute. I don't care. Okay, so Erlang system time millisecond. That's a good enough granularity to get what I want, because what I really care about is like in seconds. Can I do seconds? I can do seconds. Seconds is good enough. So Erlang system time in seconds is just an integer. Now, can I go from system time to... Actually, no, I don't care. Okay. Let me back up. What I'm doing right now. The way that you want to issue a challenge in like a crypto system is you want to have a prefix to make sure that nobody can like be using... Okay, so the way challenges work, you send a binary message and you say, hey, sign these bytes. And if your signature matches what your public key indicates the signature should be, then it's real. Well, now what are you signing though? In a crypto system, you sign lots of different stuff to get actions to happen. And sometimes those signatures are authentic, or they're like authorizing actions. So you want to be careful about what you're signing. So to make sure that you could never have like a contract call that might be masquerading as like a message signature for logging in, you want to put a prefix that is obvious and like usually human readable, so you know that like nothing else could ever look like this. So GajuExpress challenge, and then TS like timestamp. So the prefix are GajuExpress challenge, and then the signature method we're going to use is going to add its own prefix onto it, so that there's no way this could ever be a contract call that you're like accidentally signing. So that's that part. The next part is you want to make sure that nobody could like replay this and send that challenge back, like replay it over time. Like I intercepted a signature here, and then 6 months later, I'm going to send that as like the authentication key. You want to have these timestamped, and then you want the server and the client to both check that, you know, this timestamp's not like way in the future, or this timestamp's not way in the past. You want to be within like a couple minutes. It doesn't have to be within, you know, 1 millisecond or something, but it needs to be within like a couple minutes of each other. So I'm going to make sure that the client and the server both care that this challenge is generated within like a minute or so, maybe 5 minutes, because, you know, some people don't install MTP because they forget about it and they don't like typing. But anyway, that's what this will be. So I'm going to make a timestamp, and the easy way to do a timestamp like this is to do just an integer of like the Unix time. Now system time, I need to check the docs real quick and make sure that this is the actual, like the GMT one. Oh yeah. And so Ulf writes back, he's like, yeah, I am. And he's going, oh, you don't remember that. So Ulf, since you're in the chat, system time was UTC, right? I'm not just crazy. It should be on the same one. System time. It's in here somewhere. Ooh, there it is. Yeah, and the native time unit, which is like, you want to actually specify the unit, because different systems will just arbitrarily decide that their time unit is different. Yeah, it's just time. Okay. Convert time unit, native unit. Not Yeah, I know. Okay. But is system time UTC? Because there were differences before with Windows, and that makes me wonder if what I actually need is the calendar module. The annoying thing is going between the calendar module, system POSIX time. Yeah, they're not exactly the same. That's true, but saying that system times is POSIX time, basically UTC. Yes, I have run into a problem in the past where like a window, and this might have just been one Windows board, but like Windows was resetting the system clock to like make the board time be local time and then offsetting the other direction to derive other time zones, which was really weird. And I don't know if that's like a universal Windows thing or what. I'm not sure why that is, which makes me wonder if I should use the calendar module instead because like it exists. Because I know calendar is supposed to give you like you're supposed to be able to get UTC. I don't want local time. I want universal time. But it's probably going to be a date time. It is. Can I go from daytime to... Can I stretch that? No, I can't. Seconds to time. System time to RFC blah. System time to universal time. Yeah, I don't want a date time though. Time to seconds. No. That's not what I want. I want to make sure that I'm in UTC. Well, look, we'll just assume that we're in UTC, and then since I live in a weird time zone, and so we have people like in wacko time zones too, so I will be able to test and kind of determine whether or not. So we're just going to go with good old-fashioned, let's see, airline system time, and then what? Integer to binary. Will that... Yeah, look, it's a binary string of it. That's pretty easy. So integer to binary, airline system time, seconds. I'm just going to make a list of this at first. And then what? Well, we need some random junk. So, well, we want random bytes, crypto, strong. It would be helpful if I spelled that right. Strong random bytes. We'll get like, I don't know, 16 bytes. That's a bunch of shit. Okay, so I want it to be in a string representation so that if somebody dumps this and they're like watching the wire, they're like, oh, that's a, a readable thing. I could be silly and base 64 encode that, but it doesn't. I guess I could look base 64 encode some random bytes. Nah, that's fine. I don't care that much. Is it strong rand bytes? It is. Okay. Okay. So what we have here is a challenge. I need to put another thing at the end of that though. I'm going to put a little bit different indicator on this. Okay. I think that's visually distinct. Oh, that's going to have to be all done up as a binary. Which, if I'm going to do that, I might as well get rid of this junk. I hate the little things. Okay, so this is going to be... We're just going to characters to binary that. Because we can. Okay. So that's a thing now. Yay! Okay, and we're going to... Yeah, that's going to go off into the netherworld. Oh, I want a colon there too, though. Because I want to match and break on that. Which I am doing there. I don't think I'm ever going to have to, like, Wireshark this shit, but, like, I've had to do that enough times that I do care a little. Okay, so let's see what happens now. We need to shut this down. ZX stop. I don't need ZX stop, actually. There's no state to save. Oh, pub key is unused. Where? Oh, it. So it is. Let's actually make use of it, though. Okay. Let's print the pub key that's coming in so we know what's going on. We have everything here. We do. Okay. Okay. I'm going to press E, open that, do the thing. Fail to connect to... Oh, yeah, duh, because I'm not listening. Oh, as that one person always says, you never listen. You never listen. Let's see. GajuExpress, listen. Look, I'm listening now. Now let's try check for downloads. Okay. Got weird message, but it's weird message guy. And authenticate when retire. Would do challenge TS. See, that's the thing that we just made up. Okay. So this is perfect. We should be getting different ones all the time. And see how the seconds are ticking up? And we're getting different random junk at the end every time? That's exactly what we want. So this is good. Over here, we should have a whole bunch of... Yeah, receiver, la, la, la. Socket close retiring. Okay, in case they all did that at once. Which means that those sockets were not sending back the whole, you know, I don't like you no more message that they're normally supposed to do. Connection accepted from, well, that's localhost. Yeah, it's all the same key every time. Okay, socket close retiring. Now let's see if we can make that those closing connections better. Because what's happening here is we've got Got weird mess guy. I can find my I have a typo, which made it easy to find this. Oh, it stayed in receive. Actually, what I need to do is like hop out of here if I get a TCP message. Oh, retire. Well, holy shit. I definitely need to there we go. That's not a weird message at all. That's exactly what should have happened. So that would have been killing those connections that were left open that all died at once. If I go over here now, they should all be dying as they go, and I should not get a catastrophic group of them dying all at once now. Wow, where's my thing? When I close this, I do not see all that, like all these stacked up ones that were dying at the same time. They're all doing the correct thing now. And it's because I was not handling that retire message, which I was getting. Message. Yeah. That's why I put these little weird catch-alls for myself in there. Because if you don't do that, you can just like stack up weird messages you don't realize that you're not handling. And you'll just have this, you'll die with this full mailbox. Be like, I wonder what that was all about. And it was just all these correct messages you were not handling the whole time. Now I am doing that here, right? I'm doing a receive and I don't have a catch-all, but I've got a timeout. So if that blows up in a timeout, then like, I'm not too worried about it. I'll be able to figure out which thing happened then. But all right, this is good so far. It's good so far, except it's taking me too much time. I wish I had a little bit more productive yesterday. Anyway, this is good so far. We've got, so we're receiving our challenge. Would do challenge. That's another one that's, look, WO. Oh, would do challenge. That's actually in the controller thing. See? We're already back in the controller doing what it's supposed to be doing. We've already received the thing. We did the challenge back. We've proceeded into the challenge handler thingy. And at this point, we want to, oh, okay. So we're handling the case when we're switching between key selections. We also need to handle the case where the main GajuDesk interface has generated or deleted a new key while this thing's open. And if we're not in a transfer state, for uploading something at the moment, then we don't actually care. But if we're not uploading something at the moment, then we want to update that little Dropbox menu needs to add a new one or remove. It needs to repopulate with the current list and the current selection and all that stuff if that hasn't changed. So that is something that we'll need to do, or else we'll have like some weird behavior. Could have some weird behavior. So would do challenge. All right. So in this step, what do we actually have here? We've got keys. Where's the key picker thing? GajuExpress keys. We actually had the key picker thing up here, right? Doing our key picker stuff. Yeah, we connected that way. We did do check. Get selection. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. Just to get key selection. Do this exact same thing, actually. We're going to do this. Oh my God, you're duplicating a couple lines. So if our string selection, if we don't have any key selected, then like, this just isn't going to work out. And we should kill the receiver. So we're going to want to move this stop instruction up here because that's the correct thing to do. Yep, stop hitting state. Yep, okay. Would do a challenge. We would do a challenge. Yeah. Okay. And then pub key. Yep. List of binary. Cool. That's not what we want. We want to actually handle challenge. State pub key challenge. Handle challenge. What do I want to do here? I want to ask the controller to sign a binary, but not with a request type. I want to do the direct signature type one. ID message. Okay, yeah, so the direct one's what I want. Case GD con sign binary pub key challenge of. Okay, that can happen, and error bad key can happen. And if error bad key happens, then this just isn't going to work out once again. And we're going to tell that guy to go away. And we're going to return state back. But if it succeeds, what do? We're going to tell... Oh, whoop, I'm in the wrong thing. Nope, not that one either. I'm going to be in GDN rector. We're going to have to add a message in here because we're awaiting. Got the challenge. We sent the thing off. Boom. Okay. Response. Okay. So check. The response is going to be to this guy. Response sig, actually. And we're going to call and I think that's it. I think it's just response sig. Now, I do want to pull this thing apart, though. And I don't know whether I'll probably do it here in the talker thing so that if I change how this works in the future, which I am prone to do from time to time, I will know that all the networky-talky stuff is in the networky-talky part, which includes what the challenge looks like and all that other shit. Instead of having it in the GUI thread, which, like, that should really just be GUI stuff. So, all right. So I'm going to take it apart here in this. I get the challenge before I send that message off here, I'm sending it back to the guy saying, hey, I've got the challenge. Like, no, I don't have a challenge. I've got a thing that is potentially the challenge I want back. GajuExpress one receiver. Okay. So I'm going to match this prefix first. Oh, whoop. GajuExpress one. So that's what we're speaking with a colon and then a challenge after that. Now that is probably a challenge. And the challenge is, it needs to be picked apart. GajuExpress challenge. Well, check challenge. Okay, how about this? Is sus challenge of false? Then we want to keep going. In the case that this, you know, it's bad, how did this go? Do check. Boom. Do receiver check. Error reason. Okay. It's right in here. Okay. Error. Challenge with sus. And we're going to retire. All right, that's good. Now, this implies the existence of a function called isSus, which doesn't exist. IsSus, it's pretty easy to match on this thing because it starts off with like this weird string. Actually, I've got copies of it over here. GajuExpress. Actually, I can do the... what's this? There's like a new string split thing. I never remember it. String... Is it split? Oh, they made it better, but they made it like the API is weird. It's not lexemes. It's like split or it's not slice. We're default leading in case we're leading from all. Okay. All right, well, maybe that's the right one then. String split. Maybe it's list split that they changed. I forget. Let's get one of the real ones. Jonk. Okay, so that's the thingy, and I just want to break it on those little underscores. Ta-da! Oh, whoa! I need to tell it all. That's what it was saying about the like where. I need all of them because I want all three. Okay. And we're going to check that. Okay. Case string split challenge that all of it should be actually this, right? It should look really similar to that. So I'm going to cheat bigly and actually just paste that in because I don't care. Oop. Okay. And this one here is going to be random every time. So that's going to be rand. And then this is going to be a timestamp. Okay, so that's less crazy now. Look at that. Already. Okay. GajuExpress challenge, TS binary, rand, cool. So is sus2? So it's past the first gate. Is this too long? No, it's not too long. It's fine. And if it doesn't match that, so if it matches this thing, then it might not be sus. And case, what's base 64 return when it like bonks? Base 64 decode, and then if I just okay. Oh, it needs a try catch thing. Okay. Try, well, let me wrap that. Try base 64 decode catch. What was our problem here? Error? Or error? Oh, missing padding? That's not. Okay. But what else could it be? Like, what's an illegal character in base 64? Like, you know, I don't know. Boo boo. I'm sure those are not legal characters. Okay. Bad argument. Can I omit this and just be like, oh, yeah, I can't do Vimisms in here. No. Okay, so I can do that. I can do a I don't care variable for the catch. I'm gonna have the same issue, actually, with because if I do like what, binary to integer, and it's like 1 2 3 4. Oh, look at that. It's not what I wanted. So binary to integer that, right? But if I put like stuff, then it'll die that way with bad argument. I can put both in a catch block, so just do them all at once. Try, which caps lock. I'm not a fan of that. Try. Seconds. Binary to integer TS and where's some base 64 that I can yank around here? Okay, that was some base 64. Okay. The OTP docs autistically talk about how they're not exactly the same. Oh, actually, I can get the oh, I need OK seconds. Okay. Okay, there we go. Seconds. So what do I want? I want now is Erlang system time sec. What did I do? Second. Second or sec. Is that really the? Why do they do that? So what's the abs? It's like, I think abs is that right? We're going to have, if it's like minus 60 and plus 60 is just always, yeah, okay, that's what, all right. So case. Why did I write it like that? Why am I jumping everywhere? I'm being silly. If it's bigger than 5 minutes. Oh, actually, no, that's the total answer because I'm returning a Boolean, and this returns a Boolean. Duh. So if the difference is bigger than 5 minutes, then it is sus. And we should return true. And if it is smaller than that, then, so let's do like then okay, and then we're going to do like check. Ulf says you can just do a function in the thing. So I'm going to try this. Oh, I can't close over. I can't close over a. Really? Okay. Okay. Cool. So if I want to close over something, it has to be. Right. So we're still within here. You need to make a new line. Okay. Okay. So that's interesting. All right. So anyway, we got our sus checker, and we will go on to authenticate. Well, I say that we need to, okay challenge. And then, yeah, we send that down to the, to handle challenge. Okay, we get the signature back. Then we're going to be waiting on response sig, which we already wrote. Response sig. It's going to be a oh boy. Apparently I'm asking for it. What do we get back from response? Oh. Yeah. Okay. Receive response, yes. And then, oh wait, okay, send. We send this the signature of the socket, and they're going to check it and be like, I'll get back to you. And if it's okay, we're going to get a binary back that's got all this stuff. And we're going to say, okay, that we're authenticated. And then they don't care what we're doing yet, but we know what we're going to do is actually send. Yeah. Okay. So then we're like back into sort of regular call. Like we're instead of sending these like wrapped up. Okay. Like we do that and sort of break away from that. The reason is that there may be cases where in the future we might want to make the GajuExpress may want to push a thing and say, hey, you have a manifest now. Like this is stuff that's waiting for you. But you've already got an authenticated connection, and it will know that like that's it might route a message to you if you've already authenticated and you're sitting on it. Maybe. So we're going to go back to GDV Express pending. Cool. So okay, and error bad auth. Okay, error reason is what we're going to get back from this. And sig. It's going to be a binary. Result is going to be okay or error reason, and that's going to be a term. And I don't think that's too confusing. Okay, for myself to understand later. But I do want to know what's coming back. So, the naggery. So, setting up a room in the house to be nagged at is called the naggery. And I've been told that I cannot escape the naggery. Authenticate, response, send, blah, await auth. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's where we're at. Okay, signature. And then response. I think it was called response. GD in rec ver response. Well, I need to do this on the respond. That's better. Cool. Okay, then we're gonna have case of okay. I like how it's just okay. But that's fine. Actually, that's a pretty good. That's the good outcome. If we get an error out of that down here, this guy is already retiring, and we know that. So we can log I'm just going to do it that way. This guy sent that, and then we know he's going to try to retire anyway. So we'll leave it up to him to make that happen. You return state in both cases. So, and this whole thing is kind of self-managing. So we're just going to do this. There'll be some edge case that'll pop up later, and we'll fix it. Doesn't matter too much. We want to make a thing work first before we care. Look at that. That's just crazy business. Is that a line? That's not even aligned. Madness. Okay. So we're not actually updating state in that last case there. Cool. That should be it for getting into the authenticated state. Now, pending manifest. Let's get it to pending, because we're actually going to get a response back from the service real quick here. And this might be bananas. Would do pending, blah. Okay, cool. So that's what I wanted. I wanted like a thing I could just print to the screen and be like, oh yeah, if this had worked, we would have a manifest. That will need to be a list of stuff with maybe some metadata. Need to decide exactly how I want to store this. I've been going back and forth with myself, thinking about what that little tuple should look like. But basically, each element in the manifest is going to be a tuple that has like a name, not a file name, but like a hash for the name. Might have a file name in there. That could be. What if that should be a send option? Because you might want to like not. Maybe the file name itself is sensitive. Like you don't want someone to be like, oh, this is the important contract, and then like, oh, this is a family photo or something. Maybe you don't want those things to be labeled that way. I guess I could leave. That's up to the user. My point being that would be the sum of the unencrypted information about the thing would be the size of the file. That's known. And what I mean by known is like if the system were compromised, how much could somebody find out about what's in the system? They could find out what the file name is, and they could find out what the size of it is. And if you're sending your home directory to somebody else, or more likely, if you're sending your home directory to yourself because you're trying to sync across some place, you're going to go, like when you go fly these days, some country, like people aren't used to this yet, but there's some countries that you go to where you should not take a computer. Because they're going to intercept it at the airport and do stuff to it. And that's bad. So sometimes it's good to have a computer in the place that you're going and then have a way to sync like a large blob of data, like part of your home directory or something. And I would totally use this to send it to myself. But in that case, what? Need to choose a file name? I can put a dialogue into this. Like when I'm going to send a file to somebody, I can say like name of the thing and pre-populate it with the actual name of the file or directory, whatever you're trying to send. And I can give the user the option to just type their own thing in there. That's doable. I just add a new field to the interface for that. That would work. I think that's what I'll do. So that way it's up to you if somebody can see it. Anyway, point being, we're going to want to send a tuple back, or a list of tuples back. It would be the manifest. And there would be a unique list of keys or ID, whatever thing for each file would have like an ID and a size and maybe whether or not it's signed. Maybe that's what we want, whether or not the thing was signed. So that you could pick. Ulf had a good point that like, you could potentially have a situation where somebody's trying to send you dodgy data, like on purpose to have that on like, if they send you something like, illegal data, because there's illegal numbers now because we live in crazy land. Somebody wants to send you a big illegal number and you decode that number and then, the forensic experts show up and they want to check and see if your computer's got illegal numbers on it. Maybe you deleted the thing because you didn't like it, but forensic recovery could get you in trouble. And you would maybe want a signature you would want to not download things that have no signature on them because you don't know who they're from. Maybe something like that. So I think we'd also want to have a delete command. Like, I don't want to pick that file up, drop it. We might want a command like that too. So like drop all the ones that don't have signatures. So anyway, that makes, what's our form look like then? Let me find a way to do this. I want a new thingy, a new text window. Cool. So what would we have? A tuple that looks something like the ID, like file ID, and then what? The size, and then signature. And so signature might be none or a binary. No, none or pub key and sig. There we go. That's better. Yeah. That kind of thing. So, okay. So list of tuples like that. And then I could show them in the little list thing of like, what do you have? You know, show what you got. The little show me what you got window. That would work. So we're going to zip through a couple of like errors here until I get this ironed out. But we're down to the part where we're awaiting authentication and we're asking for a signature. We can send a signature back. We can have this guy check it. So we have his pub key. We made a challenge. We sent the thing off. We did GE receiver init. And now we're at init. We've got parent debug socket. Ooh, and we're going to need the pub key. And we want the challenge because we're going to have to check this against the challenge. That's a lot of arguments, but I don't care. Pub key challenge. We don't actually want to loop yet. We want to go into authenticate parent debug socket pub key challenge. That's what we want to do. I wouldn't like have an issue with staying in init here for this. There's no reason to drop into authenticate, but I don't like using a we can just start with authenticate actually. The name init is a dirty word. It's like naming stuff test. You know, if you really want to screw people over, right? Like make modules called test in like all your projects. It'll be great fun to watch people. You know, you will get lots of happy users that way. Okay. GE recover receiver. Cool. We're going to authenticate. Okay. Parent debug socket pub key challenge. Since we know what that is. Haha. What are we waiting on? We are on. Oh, let me see. Yeah, I made a cool little thing here that was. Ooh, where is it? Active once. That's probably going to wind up everywhere. Active once is going to wind up everywhere. Do I need it in that? No. Yes. No. Ooh, that's a dangerous one. Retires in there too. I don't actually need it in this. So I'm actually going to move that again. I'm going to move it back. These need to be a library function somewhere, and I don't like the way that that's. So this active once thing is actually really annoying to get right. And you don't know it until you've messed with sockets a bunch. But like a TCP socket can just be invalid, like out of nowhere. And yeah. So I'm going to put this in here for now, but the thing is there's slight variations here. Like we don't have a retire in this particular thing. What we would do is have And if we did have retire, we would want that. Again, this is like a library worthy function. The other one, the socket one for send, was trying to tell us which module had died. I'll have to think about how I want to deal with that best. Do we even have we don't have a state in this yet. We just have a socket. Again, little differences in how you wind up approaching this, and like you kind of want to be module intimate with it, which makes you want to have an include instead of a library thing. I'm going to just print. We'll deduplicate. There's going to be some duplication here, but we're going to duplicate these things later once we understand the situation. We don't really care about that right now. Do we have log? Yeah, we do have log. So, socket died on setups with the socket dying thing doesn't happen that often unless you're doing web stuff. And the reason it happens on web stuff more often than anywhere else is that you'll get like all of the web things expect that, like their expectation is that everything on the web sucks and it's going to die all the time. So when you do like a web request, very often a browser will just like open up like, 10 connections to whatever the endpoint is, and it'll just kill all the other ones. It'll use whichever one responded first and then kill all the other ones. But it'll open, or it'll keep sessions open for like several sessions and try to like kind of multiplex requests for multiple page elements, like kind of at the same time. And it expects all of them to like not work. So it spams sites. Well, it does that so fast and so kind of brutally that you'll wind up with these like you'll have a TCP connection open, and before your handler even responds to anything on that socket, it will have already closed. And so you'll be like, oh, handle data received. No, not connected. It's so quick that these kind of edge cases that existed, but they weren't like important to handle before. They're important to handle if you deal with like web stuff. So this is not actually a web system, so it's probably okay. I'm not going to implement that level of spamminess. I might have to implement a little bit of spamminess because TCP connections sometimes really do just fail. But it's pretty rare. Let's see. Data on setups, blah. Okay, and then exit normal. Okay. So we're going to have the same issue over here, or a similar one. Okay. Now, GenTCP the GenTCP module or inets and all that, it can't just make like a blanket, cut out and die thing like this, because that might not be what you want to do. So it'd be wrong to have included that in the standard library. What is going on there? What? Why was that a thing? Okay, strange. Does that exist down here? It does. My goodness. Oop. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. So the reason I was looking at that is this. Okay. Because I need this up here too. Boink. I don't need that yet. I need receive TCP socket binary. I say binary. What am I sending? I forgot. Okay. I'm going to send. Oh, this is just the signature straight up. Okay. Case what? Oh, you know what? Cat Zomp made a depths 0. There are 0 depths here. What I need is I need the Hakuzaru library because I have to verify stuff through routines that are in there. ZX list depths OTPR Hakuzaru. Boink. Okay, so that is the depths list that I'm going to need to pull in. I could actually probably get away with not including Sophia because I'm never going to call it. But serialization, bytecode, base 58, like 2 EC utils, yeah, all that stuff. ZJ, I don't think I'll need ZJ. GetOpt I also don't need, but that's a Sophia dependency. So probably Sophia, ZJ, and GetOpt could actually be omitted. But this is a service backend. Nobody's going to run this code but me, so it doesn't actually matter. It would be dumb to have Hakuzaru like crash and burn because I don't have a depth though, like later on. Okay, so what is it? 4D ZX list depths OTP, yeah, OTPR Hakuzaru 0.9.1 do. We're going to start with an echo. We'll just do that. D. Done. Okay, cool. Oh, that was it waiting to get. Okay, cool. So instead of that, we're going to do ZX set dep blomp. Dong, dong. Takes a second because it's restarting ZX each time because I don't have like a. Okay, so ZX list depths. Okay, now we got all those. Okay. Now. Oh, well, I can't run local because I've changed a bunch of junk and I'm surely I've got some poop in here that's not going to work. What I need is Gajumaru.io. Stop it. Can I turn the translation thing off? Like, it's really annoying. But like only when I want it do I, which I almost never do. Should it open? Okay. I believe that we have the verified bin signature results is okay or reason. Okay. You know, I have a better version of these docs too. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Ah. I hit Control T like I was going to be moving something, and then like I made my thing get all weird. Really? 移動できるかな？そうか。移動できる。できる。Okay. That was a mistake. Chunk. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was come back over here and VCS Hakuzaru get branch. Should be on docs. It is. Okay, cool. And Errol edoc application. I think this is right. Something like that. Is that right? Okay. It's a little bit creepy how fast edoc is. Okay. Listing spend. Oh. I don't care about that. Doc? Is it docs? No, it's supposed to be home. There we go. So these need to go up as soon as we're done. See, all these are done now? I'm still waiting on AACI and Sophia docs before I can publish this. We're almost done. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to make sure that I had done this, that they showed up and they built correctly, and they do. Anyway, so okay Boolean is what I'm looking for. And it could fail. A verification attempt could fail because the key could be wrong or like whatever. SIG binary pub key. Pub key needs to be what? Unicode carried it. Okay. Case HZ verify bin signature. And that was SIG signature message pub key. of, okay, true. I guess we loop it. Yeah, we do. Loop parent debug. What am I doing? Like, it's already right there. I could just delete this. Okay. Okay, false. Should probably do this that way. Nope. Okay. Nope. And then ZX net disconnect socket, and then exit normal or error. I keep hitting stupid things. I want to put a note to myself here. Failed to authenticate. Because I might have an error in this to start with. And if I do, I want to see that that's where it bonked. Okay. Exit normal. Okay. Okay. That's not too terrible. We'll see what broke with it. Probably broke something with it. Local dong something. Oh, ZX disconnect. Yeah, that's silly. ZXNet disconnect. What else is that? Pub key. Yep. That doesn't exist. Okay, not too bad. Where's the listen one? Because I know I have to listen. Or else I'll wind up the naggery. GajuExpress, listen. Okay, now I'm listening. Now I get up. Pion. Oop, SIG. Okay, what's going on? SIG is unbound. Cool. GajuExpress. 372. Oh, yeah. I don't have a signature. I need a signature to respond with a signature, don't I? What the hell did I just do? Okay. Okay. Respond to the thing with the thing. Yeah. Okay, different thing. What do I do? That's in receiver. Oh. That's weird. Why did I double that up? Surely that's not my fault. What's the next one? End. Syntax error before end. Okay, yep. Because that needs to be a wrapped thing. Handshake on. Yeah, of course it's undefined because I just fixed a thing with it. Okay, there we go. Okay, press E, get the thingy up here. Check for downloads. Bam, we crash and burn? Yes, we do. Good. Oh, what happened over here, though? Disconnected at off. Okay, I've probably got some crazy mismatch in there. Which I surely do. I have to go. I've got a couple of sick kiddos at home at the moment. There's a little thing going around, and I need to go pick one of them up. And Mama's not feeling good either. Need to go check on her, and I will be back to doing some of this. I might stream later tonight. Ulf had this idea that, like, because of the time that I'm awake and do these things, maybe it'd be good to do a later, like for the European market type stream. I could do that maybe tonight because I would like to just keep going with it. Like, we're not too far away from being actually done with this. So I would like to continue. Not super late into the night or else I will get nagged again. But, you know, there's still a few hours. It's 14:30 right now. Maybe a couple hours from now, get back on. I have some, again, I just got some personal shit I gotta go take care of, errands, things. And then come back and maybe finish or get very close to finishing. Might polish this off in the morning, but we will have a new utility that is paid directly on the chain, which is like kind of crazy that this is a doable thing. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. We're real close to being done. I might work on this if I have to go. I don't think I gotta go to a doctor's office or anything, but if I do, I could be in the waiting room, but I can't stream from there. So, you know, we'll see we'll see how things go. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Next time around, when you're watching, feel free to ask questions in the chat and things. It's not an imposition when I'm in like the zone doing this stuff. Like chat doesn't bother me. So if you got questions, go ahead. Ulf, thanks for your every so often you're like, by the way, you can do this. And it's like usually a really cool thing. So anyway, I will catch you guys in